Oh, how's it going, people? And it seems like we're almost kind of done with at least the first part of the two games. And like the script is coming along pretty nicely for Elden Ring specifically, but it feels like Sekiro and Danganronpa is always up. I don't have much to say about Sekiro really. It's just there's a lot to unpack for Elden Ring, but there isn't really too much to specifically unpack for Sekiro. There's still a lot to talk about, so still put it out, but it's definitely like gonna be shorter than the Elden Ring video, which is probably a good thing. All in all, that's probably a good thing. I hope I can like do the game enough justice though, for sure. Like I do think there's just a lot to cover for the game for sure as well. Maybe like that affords me the chance to further delve into the parts that I like and I don't like, and I can be more specific. Because I think Elden Ring as a game is definitely just really, really massive. But either way, that's not what we're doing. Today, we're doing... I think we're on the fourth case, right? Yeah, it's like the trial day one of the fourth case. So I'll just hop right into it. How's it going? Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Ah, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Oh dear. Are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. Oh, they are like a little redder than yesterday. Like, were they always red, or are they red? You know what? I don't care. Stop fucking moving, or there's no one behind you. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. I do think they're redder. I think, like, yesterday they were white eyes. Like, glassy still, but white. Now he's just glazed. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now, I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Aha! Amazing. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel the tremors on the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes, I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Yeah, why would it be? Who did you stab? Do you know why that might be, Mr. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Do not hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Oh, I guess maybe. Lord Van Zykes? Is that right, Mrs. Otto? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zyx is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zyke's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilden. Oh, what a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's, but we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in Bailey so soon, for what appears to be a mundane murder? Why is he trying this? Like, are we... who's the victim? Wait, do we actually know? Did I just miss it? Yeah, we don't. Mundane. Mundane. It is the most significant saga of the century for some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that's how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we forget, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention, but there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times, it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Wait, did he say both times? I guess, like, last time and this time is, like, twice, so sure. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the better end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent, non-locum assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquire-S. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live, Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yes. Oh, he has a polka dot pocket square. That's kind of cute. I don't know why I just noticed that. Maybe, like, his eyes were bloodshot yesterday, and because it was darker in the prison, like, we couldn't see all the details. Or I'm just blind. Like, or I am just blind. My second appearance in a British courtroom, and my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last, just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. 20th February, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty, the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is the appropriate description. Sato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate, violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in the court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. You're the jurist? I mean, I guess that makes sense. Like, you really weren't involved. You just, like, got caught out. But it's kind of funny. The fuck are you? Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more rootless than I appear, so you're not. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Are you the other guy? Are you, like, the Hatter? Ladies first? I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that Mustache Foreigner did the deed. You're related to the trial! You can't even be here! Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Oh, the token older person. Nice. The token elderly. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zykes. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime, I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst, bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Hey, Gumshoe. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Oh, but like it's a stabbing in the UK where no one died. Come on, bro. That's like a Tuesday. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not since stopped snowing as the victim, Ms. Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Sosuke-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Okay, so let's take a look at this. How are you stabbing someone with this? Oh, look here, Mr. Naruto, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right, well spotted, Mr. Sato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? I mean, good callback, but like you can't live on callbacks, game. Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. She would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from business in second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. If theft and grievance have been ruled out as motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. That's quite a way to put it. What the fuck was that? Bro? Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Dude, he just ruined wine. Old wine. I mean, like, to you it's probably, like, freshly made, but still. Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about the victim. about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and he found the book bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Yeah, she's very olive green in her hospital bed. Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. The three, like, all of them were his? I'll take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite the overwhelming evidence to the contrary. It's becoming more Gundam, isn't it? But Gundam's like... A more subdued Gundam is kind of like pretty close to, whatchamacallem. Like, is there... Hang on. Is that the tip? Like, I'm trying to see if the tip of the knife is anywhere here, and I don't think so. It's just not around. But, like, a more subdued Gundam is very close to Takahata 101, sort of. When spoken by me. I don't think I have, like, the depth or gravitas of his voice, but... it's the closest I got. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Sykes, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, olive green, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Did she stab herself? I was terrified. I had to get away from there, so I ran. As fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. Like right across the street. A green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print was wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. Will the world come up with the next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. So it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. A light fog, you say? Well, light for London, you could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes, you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day, I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. So then I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact, no doubt, lamented by the accused. Visibility was reasonably good. There was no one else about but the victim and the accused. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned that the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? Mentioned the witnesses yesterday. That's right, one of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here, in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Ah. The prosecution believes that there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to... It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. Oh shit. Backwards. From behind, you say? That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't meant to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Mr. Natsume's belongings, I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. We can't even read the label of the books, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with the books. He managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Those being a number of old books he just bought, he was on his way home from a bookstop, it seems. Bookshop. The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest secondhand bookshop to the accused's lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. So he was on this corner. The murder happened here, so he's like walking down here, like la 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 la, and then like just walked up to here. She's like, "Oh, what's going on here? What do you mean you were overtaking someone on this corner?" A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. Yeah, so his house is here. The murder happened here. So he walked here. I guess like she was around here or something. He was going to overtake her here and then cross the street on this corner, and then she got stuck. Okay, sure. You know what? No, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm like being too nitpicky and pedantic. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end, which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being... Wait. Your books? Oh shit, what did he say the name of the shop was? Bourbon Books. I mean, the name, right? Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes! It could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. Oh, whoops. But please, revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? From Bourbon Books, a second-hand bookshop he apparently patronizes. You asked for the help of the famous detective Herlock Sholmes to locate the victim, I believe. Stuff and nonsense. Sorry. That jacking off is that busybody just comes and sticks his oar in whether we ask him or not. But according to what I have here, Mr. Sholmes was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detectives. Well, that was nothing to do with me. The lads at the scene must have done it without my permission. I tell him time and again, whenever something happens, send word to the headquarters. Then follow your bloomin' instructions. I see. If that meddler gets his hands on any details, we'll all be reading it in Rant's magazines next month. And you can bet your last farthing that I'll be in there too, stripped of all my hard work on the case. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. No, Mr. Sholmes. Aren't you clever, Mr. Sholmes? That's all the thanks I'll be getting. Inspector, if the man is proving detrimental to the Yard's activities, perhaps I should step in and deal with him. Oh, what the fuck? It appears Inspector Gregson is lost for words. Yes, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight, obviously. Anyway, the point is this: that little Japanese bloke's already admitted it. He admitted that those books all over the pavement at the scene were the ones he bought that day. Did he? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed. Yes, they're sure to find him guilty. So one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. Okay, so it's this. What do I just go for present? Like this thing? If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. Go on. This receipt was issued from the bookshop called Your Books. Your Books. Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Oh, what? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, the location, that might be of help. Yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir, what you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Okay, so now will you tell us where the fucking bookshop is? Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east. I don't think this makes that much of a difference. Like, Ryu, like, if he's walking by here, he's passing this corner. If he's walking by here, he's also passing this corner. Okay. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regaled us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. Grr. Oh shit. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. Whoa, feisty. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, there's no doubt he would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. I mean, he could have passed this way. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What'd I say? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon, terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Ah, she's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertions just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. It's the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... Well, I think you could have walked around the other way. Like, I'm wondering if the game considers that an actual objection, or... like, it doesn't matter. Because I personally don't actually think it matters, because you just walk the other way, but he's still passing right by that street corner. Whatever, we'll raise an objection. Always raise an objection. The assertion, I'm a lawyer, just made by the prosecution, is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. Here rise... Wait a second. She was stabbed here, so someone could have, like, ran into this alleyway, no? Like, whoever that was.
Objection.
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He would not. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But, aha, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself, ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Huh? That's right, as I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend, and I suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Aha, I see what you did there. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... I agree with Lord Van Zykes, wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean we members of the jury are completely convinced now? Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Oh, your voice is really soft. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. Alright, time to make our appeal. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way around. I have to turn this around. Somehow, Those are the eyes of Query not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. The rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Much like myself. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncas refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Like, we can't even call a juror into being a witness. Like, I wonder if we are. I wonder if she's gonna, like, actually say something. I bet he said that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? Yikes. If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing. Your books, yes. Nice shop that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue, yes, I know, I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Okay. Excuse me, but aren't you... Yes, that's right. I was the witness said myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started bossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumor buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. It feels like I turned back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Ah, thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Oh dear. I wonder what's... Oh, you're here with us! I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. Isn't that him there? You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. But let us not forget, madam, The defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward. Honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie as you're suggesting, do you think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, really? I couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? Whoa! I could tell you what's going on through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime. Ugh. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you were too kind, my lord. That went well, for her. The man would have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in the winter. But you can't deny that there are other routes that Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean. What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reasoning why he might have gone the Calabash Road way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honestly, I would. Taking the longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room. Yeah, Joan. The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand. She's keeping up the charade? This is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodgings in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right, although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. What? Spending all his time in that dark, dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume, how could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, and nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... What do you... It's a bookworm! It's a term! Whew! Anyway, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's already said enough damning things already. She refuses to stop I'm not gonna say it. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life is on the line too, and so is my family. Ah. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife or the kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. You go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's hard. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. Well, some things never do change. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right. Meerschaum Street it was. Meerschaum Street? I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. He's digging up the street. So, let me save, because I think this contradicting the other one is, like, one of them, for sure. I don't know about the other one, though.
Objection.
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir. What do you mean? Juror number 5's words were extremely significant. Let us take a moment to consider the implications of what's being said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited the bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street making it impassable, which means the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? You must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this: the defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back for the bookshop. But we see now that he had no chance, or no choice. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man is guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see the trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well. Alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Sykes is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. whether it's digging up roads or digging up the truth, you've got to see things through the end, haven't you? Your books. Yes, nice shop.
Hold it!
Why do you think so? Sorry? Fold it, you say? Fold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon. And it would have been just before 5, before that I left. Like, everyone's just related to the case. It's the entire jury. Is this intentional? That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistaking there. Mistake there, I remember it well. Not about to forget the day in a hurry. I was trying to do the old man voice, and my voice immediately cracked. Like, instantaneously. Zero sound. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right, I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry, extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. Changed 2 of the jurors' minds this Naruto, though. Yes, just 2 more to go. Deliver the finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables here. Wish I knew how to do a Sasada takedown. I suppose words will have to suffice for now. And were you wearing the same coat?
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. I cannot believe it. Is this your daughter? Is this your granddaughter? A flaw? What do you mean, counsel? What, juror number 2? Juror number 6? My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously. Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account for what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else, apart from the victim, who was wearing an olive green overcoat and who also fell over just around the corner. Oh my. My goodness, you mean... That's right, I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of the eyes? Damn, green really is just a popular color, isn't it? That's just the entire fucking contradiction! Was a jolly old gentleman. He really is jolly, isn't he? On the end of the bench here with me today. That is entirely possible, yes. Oh, look at him! After all, the old man had a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in Green's overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Gosh, my... You idiot old man. If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking, wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, Is it a crime to slip over on ice? Trying to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? It's just... This is so dumb. This is so fucking stupid. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume. I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well, I fucking love this guy. Look, he's so adorable. Well, that summation examination was concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The A's 2, the no's 4. Ayes. So the no's have it. Not guilty, they say! Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zykes, it seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence, describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. I pride myself in being an entertainer. How Whatever could you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is true. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right, it took me the whole day, and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponiese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of modern vigor. I mean, first off, that dude does not have moderate vigor. And secondly, like, he also said that everyone that came down that road turned away and, like, went around somewhere else. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the side of your works? No, I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, and we just turned any jet of hope back when they came. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. Whoa! And I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ah. Is that true? Is it? Kind of. The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And old man. Cold man. Cold man? You can talk. What? What? You say that at 5 o'clock and then question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I, can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that saw the accused, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Order! Order! Lord Van Zykes, explain yourself. My lord? If you have such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses on the incident. I know. Policemen, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zykes brings to the stand as his witnesses, no matter what they say, I believe in Sosuke-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep on believing it to the end until this battle is over. What the fuck? Witnesses, please state your names and occupation for the court. Constable Rolly Beat? Sah, nothing to report on the street, sah. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say that I'm this young town hero's wife. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. Yeah, 20 miles a day. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean, and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed a long time ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor and a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? And everyone on the street, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. What the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change for after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Roy and I both saw him as clear as day. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife were claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing, and on your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go off for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Sasuke Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired, his wife had to do all the talking. Enough preamble, counsel for the defense. Commence a cross-examination, please. Thank fucking God, Judge. Thank you so... Thank you. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Yes, please. Let me play the fucking game. It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? Ah, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir, yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest. After spending the whole day on my feet. Policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's all this now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principle of the force written on it, as a reminder to us, to all us policemen, of our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. So, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble, because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. Mrs. B puts up a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is actually kind of precious. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes. That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. What street was this on? Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain at the time that there was nobody else nearby. Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Well, yes, that's right, of course. There was a light fog on the ground, but Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's a street lighting as well. I don't see any other pedestrians. Before sleeping takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. I'm sure, as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. The other scattered something before running off. Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But when we got closer, we realized that what it was. Didn't we, darling? Well, yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see, old books. Sir, the coupler dropped a number of them. All around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. When we saw him, it was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right, he looked down at the poor, defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir. Ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. Are they? Oh. And fiercely proud of her policeman husband. A devoted London bobby who witnessed the incident while walking down the street with his wife. His wife of a year, Patricia. Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Pete to go. I was off duty by that point, but a bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under. So she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help for the bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir, what Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day. But surely you wouldn't have to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? Constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? What? Yes. It was the accused, and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the stuffed nose. Unmistakable, sir! As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it then. Is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I had to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beats saw what they really saw. What they say they saw. Holy shit. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here, what are you trying to say? I think we try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Your statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question wouldn't help, but you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts. You might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt the pair's memories of the day is accurate. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy of these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid... Yep, I got it. Like, bro. Oh, I don't know. I need to help against it. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask something? Oh, we did have to press anything. Okay. Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No. Oh no, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is. Yes, please, we finally fucking got to it. That will do, Miss Beat. No, it won't do at all. Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That will settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I mean, I feel like this is already something I could object to, because he lost 3 books. There were 3 books on the ground.
Hold it!
Yes, we know there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question. After I went into the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I am a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh yes, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Beat, seeing as you've regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene of the crime? I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or another, and what's it, your... There was, a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the thingamy's something. Picture of Monsieur, what's it, Yearnings, Canterbury Yearnings. A meal for, is that one of the books? A meal for Gabbro. Okay. And the Thingamy's something. Is that an actual book? You see? Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Oh well, they were all along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along these lines, as you put. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Your sister Patricia will have to answer to me. Will have me to answer to. Terrifying. Yeah, she really is. Oh, how terrifying.
Objection.
So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Mr. Somebody, what's it, yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thingamy's something. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat, but there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw? Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is a receipt from the bookshop where the defendant brought his books. Your books? Yes, and it detailed Mr. Natsume's purchases that day, but as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no. No, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photo. Look at this photograph. A print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I guess, like, yeah, that's showing that you could have presented both. I saw them there. I swear, I saw them. No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 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 No!
Objection.
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene, a fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh? You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? This photographic print. It only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print. The print, you mean to say... Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. Is that the art, or is that burned? I don't believe it. It's the 4th book, as you will observe. The thingamy something was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. Oh, it's one scarf. Oh. Oh, okay. Order, order. Oh yeah, you can see it here. I didn't even notice it. It's a singular scarf. That's nice. That's adorable. It's the red thread binding them together. Aww. There you see? You see? Look at that. Look, look, look. Yes. Why is there a bite out of it? Or is that a burn? It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course, the picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gaboreau, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titled flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's power of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? This gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia's flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. Well, we don't even know if that's his book. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book. Oh, shit, what was the name of the victim again? Olive Green? Okay, no, that wasn't the name of the person with the bookmark. Obviously, it was an overlook by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. Okay. Yeah. Let me take a look at it. Prosecution rests. Good for you. Now, is this burned? Yeah, that looks pretty burned. And it's the lion's pride. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burned. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state. Especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does it seem to raise a red flag with me? Okay, good. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. This spurious longer route to the accursed lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions, should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty. Or is it the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think.
Objection.
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It is over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. This entire fucking trial is a goddamn sham. Dude, this trial is worse than fucking 1-1. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zykes. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little eastern island must be a lawless hole indeed, for a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's greatest guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Sasato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their learnings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. There's opportunity to examine the newly... Yeah, I know, I learned my lesson game. This is the 4th case, please. This is it. Sato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present new evidence, my lord. Very well, the defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into the case that has hitherto been overlooked. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The 4th book found in the victim's hand. We have already discussed the 4th book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So that you elaborate, counsel, you will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, We did! It got updated! The back cover is bad. It got updated! So, counsel, precisely where is a vital clue in this case? Well, then what's the point of updating it in our fucking... Oh my god. I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been holding.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that the fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon, but we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may very well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fated work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty on this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think I must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection.
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection.
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. Good lord, what sort of incident, Counsel? A fire, my lord. For it to say it was, happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place was filled with smoke, couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't look for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is I lost my favorite, a book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. Oh, that's a new. By Jove! The very same title that's subject of this debate. Oh, dear me. This is risible. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, but this is... Okay, what is it? Risible, such as to provoke laughter. A risible scene of... love. That's the example you chose, Oxford language. This is risible. You know what? You're right. That makes perfect sense. This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire from a place that had also caught fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb and even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me. Hit all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There I was. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting? The window was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime, in the hands of a stabbed victim. No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Garrett's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrett household. Okay, thank God. I didn't just randomly miss that, but is it not conceivable the window was open at the time? And not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies. You can still open the window. I open the window during my winter all the time. It's fucking great. Let fresh air in. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Thank fucking God I'm not in London. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrett's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake, how could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud to simply divert the attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spout his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene, too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry. What's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zykes? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. Honestly, I completely agree with you. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? Ahem, in that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Susato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination. Hmm. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve. I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Alright, we are at... Oh, almost exactly 2 hours. Okay, I'm gonna take a little break. And then we'll do the summation examination. Alright. Oh god. I wanted some music, but there's no music. For a further summation examination of the jury. And I've determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Alright, great. Perfect. But yes, that was the halfway point, I think. Hopefully that was the halfway point. So I will be right back. Ah, how's it going, chat? Sorry, I was gonna be back a little earlier, but I was walking down the street and I saw a big dog, and I got really distracted. It was a very cute big dog. I also got a drink, but now we're back. Oh, dude, I am unwell today. Ooh, ooh. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there's some novel, alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was writing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. It's just, he's so adorable. He's so precious. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene, and moreover... no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it is essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute as a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you have it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel. Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Mrs. Garadeb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. And don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts even to the things other people say. Oh, is it going to be a 6 witness wide sort of thing whenever I press something? Well, that'd be interesting. But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. Oh boy. Okay. There's every possibility that this 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry. Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, the landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what this palaver is about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say. So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see? Modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelming suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelming strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Overwhelmingly. But as modern gals... You can't say that if you're modern, metropolitan, and rational. Are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. I'm glad you admitted the rational there. What about the possibility the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't opened. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point of even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. They opened the window because there was this fire. I mean, like, it makes sense. Somehow I show the possibility there was an undeniable possibility the window was opened. This young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Okay. So can I just pit this already? I'm kind of curious. Oh, it doesn't work. They've been clearly contradict each other. I'm sorry, but as foreman of the jury, I have to object. That's complete nonsense. What? I'm a banker, don't forget, an educated man, and there's no contradiction as far as I can see. Quite so, Mr. Foreman. I will not permit a whimsical attack against the good members of the jury council. There is nothing whimsical about it. It's very important to listen carefully to every juror, Mr. Naruhodo. Then you can decide where the contradictions really lie, if there are any. Alright, fine. But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary incident. Well, someone's fond of parties. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love, isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrideb. Never mind that, the point is we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Alright, well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5? You seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrideb's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Oh, dude, I'm so excited to get married. It's just, oh, yeah, bro. What an incredible experience this is going to be. You just want to get this over with? How can he sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some Reedies. Reddies? Reddies with me tonight. You'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss then. Yeah, just the fucking greatest. A situation like this cropped up the other day was, well, do you know? It's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by a scarf. Don't even go there, Mrs. Otto. And jog his memory about this.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry? What's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter my grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Actually, of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Narhodo. Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. Holy fucking shit! The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from fire? No. Do you not know how fire works? Is that what we're trying to fucking prove? Like, we're trying to prove how fucking fire works? Like, oh, don't breathe in carbon monoxide. Oh my fucking god. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows. The biting winter rushed all over me like the devil dancing on my grave it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along, but something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. Well, this is how he or she could have done that, but just, once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other. Yeah, we know, game! Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Oh, he did change it.
Objection!
Oh, shit!
Hold it!
Oh, I wonder if that's why they have voices. You know what? I'm glad it's him and not the fucking horse guy. I don't know, dude. That dude was really fucking annoying.
Objection!
The two jurisdictions clearly contradict one another. They do. How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3. Do you see? Who, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly, on the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household, and Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my. Excuse me.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadeb! Oh, dearie me, what is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It is imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is this? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon, what are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and the bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. I hate you so much. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad if for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward now, Harley. You managed to establish the window was open. We simply must have had that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement.
Hold it.
I'm gonna save, because like, the one time I just fucked up because I literally misclicked. And that was pretty bad, but I think the rest of this should be kind of okay.
Hold it.
Book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride, the same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us he'd been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw that at your husband? A copy of Lion's Pride that he had been reading. I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like this, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well. You know, I really fucking don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book. Which has the title of it.
Excuse me.
Like, fucking god. What is this, journal number 5? You know something? I've remembered what it was, the memory I blocked out. Like, god. I was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. What are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garadeb, or the maid, I'll have you know. Man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just gotten back home from work. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole, every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know? That god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use that word lightly again. Anyway, the point is I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you, knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. You tossed us on the floor 3 separate times. No, I wasn't thinking that. When household adoptions people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, use a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words. Be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and the arrow thing later, if I dare.
Hold it!
Really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right, she was chopping meat with it, and it had a tiny edge on it, I believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It starts with that smile she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head at last when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we were so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who'd been tossed in the Thames a few too many times with their wives. That's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, the juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. I'm going to turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Yeah, she fucking threw a knife out the window. I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to say this because it sounded so goddamn dumb.
Objection!
Oh. Ooh. Sorry. Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below. What's this now? After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What's this knife again? A large but commonplace folding knife. What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of the book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Sir Gala. As a foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You gave us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but then what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrett household to the scene of the crime was...
Take that!
Wait, is it actually the knife in her? It is, okay, okay. Scared of what now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Ah, good lord, Constable, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back. Judge, shut up! My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrideb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh? Even my missus hadn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit. There are many details we don't yet understand, but that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Ah, Mrs. Garrideb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before, or not? Oh, bud. How are you in the jury, my lord? I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but... I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman? I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Really, Grandpa? You're not going to be on our side? We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Always has been. Oh, like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant. It's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zykes, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It's very more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrideb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from Garrideb's house to the scene is, yes, 15 yards. Or 14 meters. Oh, dude, that's not even that far. 14 meters straight from like the third story? No. 14 meters. Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. Is it? And like, wait, no. What do you mean it's farther than you've imagined? You've been there. You've been to the street and to the house. Like, and as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. This game fucking sucks. I agree with Mikey so far. We're like 4 cases in and this game is fucking cheeks. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Miss Sosato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning, and as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive, a cross-examination of a juror. Yeah, I don't know why she's a juror in the first place. She's too closely related to the... How I forgot those two are still here. Order, order, order. Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand. She shouldn't have been a juror in the first place. And unnecessary, Lord Van Sykes. There are already enough witnesses in the stand, whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth to it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before reaching this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat. Or Rolly Beat? Rolly Beat? I still don't see if there's anything, any pun in there. Reporting for duty, sir. Well. Good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing off until now. Sir, I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. What? In order the witness to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. The case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London Bobby's good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garadeb house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly there was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for 1 minute. Sir! Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows. The detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. Ahem. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but what exactly is a top hinged casement window, and you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Narhola. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mrs. Garrideb's room. Alright, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. Besides the top hinge casement windows, it swings upon the upper hinge you see. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? That's news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No! You see the problem then? Good, your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility that either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be... Did you see that, Rolly? The young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again. The court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. The answer is this. It has the noble founding principle of the force written on it, as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about, and that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word, while rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. Sir! Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. No, none of this is what I want. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time, then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and your countrymen to understand the great British institution of the Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal, but I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I'll try. Thank fucking God we finally get it! Small folding wall that identifies non-bobbies rules. We must adhere to. Okay. Sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrideb house are top-hinged casements. As if the priest within his allotted beat, a patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of the community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Yes, sir. You're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as to how much they open. So it's not on your beat, is what you said, and therefore anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mrs. Garrideb's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beats? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked, don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat, it was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that street, Briar Road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat! Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrideb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. That really was cutting it close, then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrideb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garrideb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on the side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of Bobby, after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working with the benefits. Bro! We get it. You love London. Can we please get somewhere with this? Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruto. I'll take care of it immediately. The case file's information has been updated. And now it's my turn, I think.
Hold it.
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already. The sun had gone down already, and it was dark. All but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can't it guide you to the answer to the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If I had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way. Only, I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Was it him? Like, I said that mostly as a joke, but, like, is that actually him? Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, please. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes, but like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never off duty, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. Didn't you say you took a nap? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear that on the yard's honor, sir. Really, that seems a little strange. Wait, did that change? Because, like, we saw the tip was missing. Oh, look at Mr. Yeah, we did this. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. This burned copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadeb household, so the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha, could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burned as... No. No, even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As you can see here in this photographic print, she has a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, the book was in the lady's hands from the moment she arrived at the scene. Is that so? Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I mean, you're the only one that's describing yourself as that. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. I did. Not because you're married to a cop, just because, like, this is clearly fucking bullshit. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mr. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, just does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to fucking continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? Mrs. Beat, nobody's questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did that evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction? Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so
Excuse
cross.
me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem? No, sir, no problem, sir. Is your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened in that evening is all. Okay. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over for a mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes when my darling was gone for a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason it was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. What was that all about? Constable Beetle looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. Yeah, it's almost like he's a fucking killer. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. Where did you drop it? You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked, I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it at first. What do you fucking mean? A bouquet? And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably. That's right, silly me. I had gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there. I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with the change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Oh! Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Sykes, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of Garadeb household. So, did she just not know where the murder took place? He saw the old dude, and, like, the murder took place right underneath the Garrett household. Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure, this row should be added to court record as evidence. Oh. Alright. A present for Patricia Beach from her husband Rolly. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Mr. Beach to drop the rose where she stood. It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruto. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English prints. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Satsu-san, you do love your cakes. An English rose, such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruto? I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learn something that aren't fruit tree based, for example. No, the man is based. Like, yes, I know the flowers I can fucking eat. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured. I shall do my very best to not forget, Mrs. Beats. So, there's like several inconsistencies. I'm just not sure as to, like, what the game wants me to present.
Hold it!
Need to report? Okay. What do you make of all this? Yes, the whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. It was being at the scene of the crime. Made me sure that Mrs. Garrett was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair, is it?
Hold it!
Like, it's something she says during this that's the problem.
Hold it!
Okay, so I don't actually know where I should start specifically. All right, let me think about this for a second. Drop the rose where she stood. So yeah, they were, so the rose was found here. That means, like, they were on this side of the street. Like, around here or something. Isn't it here? Okay. You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 minutes or so you were guarding the scene, but that cannot be. What? What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Miss Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime, with a policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection.
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs.
Objection.
Meager? But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to that fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me, it has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there is Mr. Garrett's book. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, it's just fucking all over the place. Mr. Garrett's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street, and yet it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street, but in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house. There's no logical explanation for those things. Unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Mrs. Garrett's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrett. But deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called, obstruction of justice. Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection.
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Take that.
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Roy Beat, it was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense. Why would my Rolly do something like that? No straighter... There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it. No, your husband was watching the scene. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Ah, well.
Objection.
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something. That's right, that's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense. You offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Consul, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Scene was to hide. Where the victim fell? Because this is to protect Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb. This is for something we don't know. Where the bouquet fell is to protect his husband, or his wife, which makes the most sense. I'm gonna save. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all cost. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe, but in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Crime actually took place that evening. Right here.
Take that.
Oh, but that's on the opposite side of the road. I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garrideb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection.
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road. Oh, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help, and during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, and the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. And what did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zyke said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly, it isn't true, is it? What the lawyer says is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Order, order, order! What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything. I have a possible explanation for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Zykes, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of this matter thus far. I believe it will be beneficial for the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. I like how the judge is actually on our side and like giving us our fair shake. Judge is fair. Judge is always based. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There is no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of his bouquet, my lord. Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through this man's mind? Sarge, on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with the lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules of patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. I feel like he was about to say something completely different, Phoenix. Like, I feel like that wasn't the reason. I feel like it was about to be something, like, much wilder. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh, it's yeah, but like the game introduced that idea and like they've been waffling around it, so maybe. Oh, exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious, Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As you ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so... I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the beat next to mine, Pat, so you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street, and then... I'm... I'm... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Hmm? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir, definitely. 4. 3 of them dropped by Mrs. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garredev household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off, who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zykes. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. All right then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Saw! Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant that it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir? You mean to say... Leave, now. This trial is not yet over. Saw! I can't believe I missed that the entire time, dude. Saw, dude. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here, principally that the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Van Zykes, is this true? Very well. Name the person, if you will, and a further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have been... perpetrated the crime. Ah. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier, in order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It is imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb. Me? Me? Oh, dearie me. That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this. What do you want, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before? Ah. I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there is all in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes. No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Oh. Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just a common or guarded knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home, if one went missing. How would you expect me to know? What a shame. Of all the things I fucking threw at my husband, none of them were divorce papers. Just, what's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garadeb? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear me? I couldn't bear it. Yet you're throwing fucking knives and fire at your husband? Oh, the poor... No. So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. Oh, if you meant the poor woman being like fucking Oliver Green, then yes. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. Oh, well. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zykes. I am going to have to testify? Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I was hoping for. That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer! Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb, and I'm, well, I'm a juror, and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid, or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. I hope you go to jail. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh dearie me. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John, I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb? Yes, sir, former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir? Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Ah, well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now. Juror number 4 and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incidents in question. Sir, at once. I was like, that's why it looked different, because he's facing forward and his cheek mark is gone. The Battle of Garadeb. That's a good name. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpets. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. That bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours. You'll have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although, an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. Then he caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Yes, we are. Well, I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Zeeks may be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Hold it!
The reason is what he told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of the book belonging to Mr. Garadeb. A rather passionate note, in fact, but Mrs. Garadeb found the note discovering her husband's little secret. She gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway. A likely story. These waters run very deep. I don't know why we brought it up, and what trend. Also, like, the note wasn't even in his name or some shit. If he was at fault, then, like, yeah, that shit's fucked. You know what?
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. Most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if we need any, you see. The lodges are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Meanwhile, okay, yeah. Even though the room was on fire, as far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When one wants to throw, she must throw. No, she really fucking shouldn't. So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall, but I feel I must point out I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, and a napkin.
Excuse me.
Scoos! Do you have something to add, sir? She threw the pipe at him, and that's how the pipe broke? Mr. Garadeb. Don't shoot. Ah, sorry, I beg your pardon? Did your wife remark? No, just bring something back to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. The woman's aim is uncanny. She landed direct hit. You're not at home now. This is a court of law. What's she even doing with that teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir. Had this thing in my hand as usual, at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see, your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of this account. It's always important. Always press. If it believes Mr. Garadeb's remark now might be of great significance. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me. There we go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Nope. Where's the piece of knife? There it is. Oh, something twinkled inside the chamber pipe there. Yep, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I see. Turn it over and give it a shake. Oh, what's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade. Surely, it couldn't be. Alright. Some metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade! Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto? I don't really know. There's just something niggling at me, but I can't put my finger on it. We know! In that case, would it be wise to examine some other piece of evidence again? So, okay, so we need to like look at the other things? Alright, sure. Okay. Just fucking pull out the knife. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruto, just at the tip. Small piece of blade appears to be missing. Wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this? Ah, that's a tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Garadev's pipe. Yes, and just maybe... Oh my, it's a perfect fit. Somehow, I just knew it. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Sada-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that. Rebuttal, Mr. Garadev. Now if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Does he still have the pipe in his hand? He does. Can we present it on that? Alright.
Objection.
Mr. Garadev, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb. Back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q. To be honest. Oh, he does. Dearie me, it's rather wearing. Being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must be very dizzy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadev's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got in there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole case, the whole truth of this case, my lord. Oh my god. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent piece of evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? I'm saving. Dude, every single time I save, they're always like such satisfying timings.
Take that.
This is the knife that was found on the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. Good grief, Lord Van Zykes. It's like he drove a stake through my heart. I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh! Oh shit, the back... like his ass was on fire, holy shit. Order. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Zykes has figured it out, has he? Council, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord, the crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrett's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught, knocked it clean out with her soft projectiles, she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred, just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garrett flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrett, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord. Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrett's pipe. Chances of that are 1 to a million. Yeah, and then the rest of the knife went flying out the window and stabbed this chick in the back, squarely in the middle? No. And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garredev's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. She has a little crate. A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But, after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable what? Lord Van Zykes, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... That's right, you silly little man. How'd you disappear now, Joe, an old thing? What are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts. She threw the book first, she got down to pick it up, and then, like, the knife fell on her back? Is that really it? The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife had struck her falling from above, there is no possible way it would have planted itself into the victim's back. Yeah. This game is way too fucking stupid. Quite right, you see. That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Well, he's lost for words. Look. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though, what really did happen. It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder, have we? If a theory has even one inconsistency it cannot stand. Can't it? I feel like the jury was on the other side of that argument not that long ago. Your theory, my learned friend, is a history. We were so close, I could see the truth, I was so sure we were on the right track, but now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Miss Sasato! You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure, and all the information you need is there. Yes, I know. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that is your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Objection! This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes! If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel. There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence explains how the falling knife came back to lodging as this.
Take that!
Aha! The fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. Is it? The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Gyarados' book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be in the scene in the first place. Can we open the book? Wait. Will you let us open the book? Is there something significant about this? No, it's just the fucking lion's pride? Okay. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true, however, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it, Saha. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo! Oh, do you break the pipe? Oh, it's back. I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Gyarados household into the pavement below. At precisely that moment, the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mrs. Gyarados. And what do you think that woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front? in front of you on the pavement. Well, I really can't imagine it. But I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up. Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never! It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor in the dark and the fog. He didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Ah! And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb, the very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might be something like that. There, old bean. Mrs. Garadeb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? Yes. I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. Thank God that's the moral we fucking took away. John, dear. It's alright, I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry. Alright, so how's Natsume gonna die anyway? Lord Van Zykes, what news of Mrs. Garadeb? I'm gonna be really sad when Natsume does die, because I didn't, like, hate him. He was a very pitiable character. For sure. She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I've just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily. And the doctor believes that she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange, we've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. It's almost like she's super important, that's why Van Zyke took the case. How wonderful, the woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again. In my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog. Like they're haunting me. Poor Sosuke-san, his imagination really has got the better of him. Go touch grass! Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of the trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. I'm sure that's going to be like the overarching theme for the entire game, but so far, holy fuck me, dude. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions, but thanks to Lord Van Zykes and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of the jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Bro, these look like the fucking faces you get from, like, playing Guess Who. Very well, Mr. Sosuke Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Firework court! Firework court! Where is it? Yeah! Yeah! Let's go! Yes, in the room full of confetti, let's use fireworks in a case that just had 2 fires in it, actually. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life. I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. The Old Bailey defendants. Antechamber. Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course. Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last, I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah! Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that, then? Lo, come, you did it. You saved me from the brink. Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, 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 not that. Lovely, loyal, locum lawyer. Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners, every towering brick buildings. I see towering brick buildings, and from high up windows, I see them looking down at me, laughing. Look, look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you, locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed. Behold the best barrister ever born! Well, that's very flattering, and we are very pleased for you. This is giving me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh? The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain. It's you! Herlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face. In the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Ah. Has she been taken to the hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Ah, ha 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 ha. Priceless. Oh, I am so sorry, really, but... that was quite priceless. Poor Sosuke-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed. By the spirits, and... now by the Reaper. Ah, Lord Van Zykes. I haven't forgotten, you know, when facing the man in court means, even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed! It will be alright, Mr. Natsume. Hmm? If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Yes, this is so endearing. I love it when this happens, with a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Leaving turned on my head. A bit of warning might be nice next time, Mr. Sato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh. It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world, to escape the terror of the Reaper's Curse. That's not it at all. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots, and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. You can just write here. A work of literature by Sosuke-san. Could be... Is he an actual writer? Was a Japanese novelist. He is best known for his novels Kokoro, Bachen, I Am a Cat, Kusamakura, and his unfinished work Light and Darkness. He was also a scholar of British literature and writer of haiku and kansei poetry. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, this is like an actual person. I did not know. Yeah, he's got the mustache too. Oh, okay, 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 okay. Work of literature by Sosuke-san. Could be an interesting read. And what about Mr. Sato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? Ah, but what it lacks in windows. More than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind all the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit. Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. We'll think about it if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke to the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the Great Detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume, I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Lo come. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume, it's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locom, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, okay, so he's not gonna die. He's like an actual person. With Tosuke-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. So this is to be our new office, yes. Our office? I'd rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Cosmo. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you very much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Sussy. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures awaits us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. The adventure of the unspeakable story is what's up next. But for tonight, we're done. Alright. Let me see. I think it was fine, but I think it's like my initial complaint is still just holding true, where there isn't enough of a story for me to like really sink my teeth into. Which is like the real problem. The Hound of Baskervilles. Very cool. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. It's something we'll experience tomorrow, but for tonight, we're done. Have a good night, gamers. I'll see y'all tomorrow.